Hi everyone, welcome back to my tutorial. This time we're going to make Daisy May from Animal Crossing. It's been a while since I've played a game, but I fell in love with the character during 2020, which is when I started getting into Animal Crossing. And here you can see all of the detail. I try to make her as closely as possible. Please note that this tutorial is not meant for a beginner because there are a lot of details. The stitches themselves aren't complex or hard or anything, but there are a lot of sewing involved in this tutorial, so be warned. If you're okay with sewing a lot, then you might enjoy this tutorial. You can also add the keychain strap on top and then use that as an accessory to bring her everywhere you go. Here are the materials that you will need, starting with a 1.5 mm crochet hook, pins, a needle, a little bowl, keychain clasps, scissors, embroidery thread in various colors, you will need a metallic embroidery thread to make your keychain strap because you don't want it to break easily. First, let's cut out a small piece of thread to use as a stitch marker. Because embroidery thread is very small, a typical stitch marker is a bit too big. So about 3 inches is fine. If you are new to crocheting, please make sure to check out my Amigurumi 101 playlist. In that playlist, you can learn how to make different crochet stitches along with the sewing techniques you will need in this tutorial. For the nose, we'll use yellow color yarn or color 726. Let's start by first making a new loop. For the first round, we are going to make 2 chains. 1, 2. After that, you are going to make 6 single crochet into the first chain. Just like that. Yarn over hook, pull through. Now we have 2 loops. Yarn over hook again and pull through both loops. There we go. Now we got 1 single crochet. Just gonna repeat that 5 more times to have 5 more single crochet. So yarn over hook, pull through, yarn over hook, pull through both loops. The third one, yarn over hook, pull through, yarn over hook, pull through both loops. The fourth one, yarn over hook, pull through, yarn over hook, pull through both loops. Now the fifth, yarn over hook, pull through, yarn over hook, pull through both loops. And last one, yarn over hook, pull through, yarn over hook, pull through both loops. There should be a total of 6 stitches. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Now, insert your hook into the last stitch. Grab a stitch marker, wrap it around the hook, and pull through. Now, just make sure that one end come out, just like this. For the second round, we are going to increase 6 times. Increase in my definition means making 2 single crochet in 1 stitch. So let's insert the hook into the first stitch. Now yarn over hook and then pull through. Yarn over hook and pull through both loops. We got 1 single crochet. In the same stitch, insert your hook and make a second single crochet. This is what I call an increase. We just need to repeat this 5 more times. Insert your hook into the next stitch. Then let's make a single crochet. That's 1. That's the second one. So now we have increased twice. Onto the third stitch. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. On the fourth stitch, that's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. On the fifth stitch, that's 1 single crochet, and that's the second single crochet. On the last stitch, you can just pull out the stitch marker. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. Now we are done with the second round. Now we are going to finish off by cutting the tail. Make sure to leave a long tail because we're going to use this to sew later on. For the nostril, we're going to use the color 938 or the dark brown color. Let's cut out a long piece of thread. We're going to use this to sew over the nose that we just made. Now grab a needle and insert this thread into the needle. Just like this. Make sure it's a little bit inside, long enough so that it doesn't fall off. For the nostril, we're going to make 2 vertical lines on each side of the nose. I like to start off by putting the needle from the back, inserting it to the front, and then pull the thread but not all the way through. Just make sure that the thread is tight enough. We don't want any loose detail. And just wrapping around each nostril twice is good enough. Now let's repeat it on the other side. Now that we are done with the embroidery, we need to secure all the tails on the back side. So the way I would secure this is by grabbing the yellow piece of thread just a little bit on the back and then insert your needle and pull through. This would kind of hold the tails in place. Now when you cut out the tail, make sure to not cut it way too short because you don't want it to come out loose. Next, let's make the snot for the nose. First, you're going to make a new loop with the color 800. Now let's chain 3 times. 1, 2, 3. In the second chain, insert your hook and make a single crochet. In the next stitch, we're going to make a slip stitch. So insert your hook, yarn over hook, pull through, and pull through the first loop into the second loop. Once you're done, let's finish off. So now use the needle, insert the 2 tails of the snot into the needle because we're going to sew it at where the nostrils are at. And it's going to go on the left nostril. If you are watching this on the left-handed video, please note that the video is flipped, so it's gonna be on the other side. But for right-handed video, this is the correct perspective. To secure the snot, we're going to tie the back. So flip your piece to the back and let's tie a knot to secure it. I like to tie it twice just in case. Then let's trim the extra tails. For the shakes, you're going to use color 892. The pattern is the exact same as the nose. And you're going to make 2 of these. Next, we are going to make the front hair pieces using color 975. Start off by making a new loop. Now chain 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you're going to make 5 single crochet, 1 in each chain. That's 1 single crochet. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's finish off with a long tail. Let's make 3 of these. For the back hair pieces, you're going to use the color 437, and then we're going to make a new loop again to start off. Chain 3 times. 1, 2, 3. In the next chain, let's make 1 single crochet. In the next chain, we're going to yarn over hook, insert the hook into the chain, yarn over hook and pull through. Notice how we have 3 loops. Yarn over hook again and pull through all 3 loops. This is called a half double crochet. We're going to repeat the same thing by chaining 3 times. Next, insert the hook into the chain, make a single crochet. And in the next chain, we repeat the same thing and make half double crochet. As you finish making these, you're going to notice that we'll end up with 2 triangles. Now finish with a long tail. We're going to make another one, but the second one that we're going to make will have 3 triangles instead of 2. For the ear, make a new loop with color 437. Then chain 2 times. And in the first chain, we're going to make 6 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's add in a stitch marker at the last stitch of this round. For the second round, we are going to single crochet around. What this means is in each stitch, make one single crochet until the end of the round. One. As you are crocheting, you're going to notice that you need to kind of flip your piece outward a little bit. Two. If you're having trouble flipping your piece, you might want to use a tweezer. It could help a lot, but make sure to use a clean one exclusively for your craft. You don't want to mix up your personal tweezer with the crochet tweezer. Three. Four. Five. Six. Now we are done with the second round, and let's put in the stitch marker again so we don't lose track. For the third round, we are going to follow a sequence. We're going to make one single crochet followed by increase and repeat that 3 times. This is one single crochet. In the next stitch, we just make one single crochet, and then we need to make one more so that it's an increase. Okay, now we got an increase. One single crochet, then increase. We need to repeat the sequence 2 more times. One, we got another single crochet, but again need 2 single crochet in order for it to be increased. 2. Repeat the sequence 1 more time. One, and when you crochet into the last stitch, just pull out your stitch marker, that's fine. 1, 2. Now we are done with the third round. Again, put back your stitch marker. For round 4, we are going to follow a similar sequence as round 3. Instead of one single crochet increase, we're just gonna make 2 single crochet then increase. That's 1 single crochet, now we have 2 single crochet, one, two, that's an increase. So we got 1 single crochet, 1 single crochet, and increase. Repeat 2 more times. 1 single crochet, 1 single crochet, one, now we have an increase. Repeat 1 more time. 1 single crochet, 1 single crochet, pull out the stitch marker and make an increase. One, two. Finish off with a long tail. Let's cut out a long piece of the thread using the color 726. We're going to use this to make embroidery details on the ear. Insert your thread into a needle. Now let's insert the needle inside out. And kind of pull through, but not all the way through. And now we're going to insert the needle outside in and pull through. So this is going to make a nice inner ear detail because we want the inner ear of Daisy May to be color yellow. And we're just gonna repeat this step 2 more times. Just so that the inner ear portion looks a little bit like a triangle. Now you can kind of see a triangle. And to finish this off, we're going to cut the tails. And like before, let's tie a knot to secure these tails. I like to tie it twice. Make one more ear. Next, we are going to make a new loop with color 744 in order to make the top basket piece. Chain 2 times and make 6 single crochet into the first chain. One, two, three, four, five, six. Now we are done with round 1. For round 2, let's make increases 6 times. So each stitch we're going to make 2 single crochet on an increase. 1, 2. That's 1 increase. Just repeat that 5 more times. For our third round, we're going to follow a sequence. The sequence is 1 single crochet, then an increase. This is 1 single crochet, there we have an increase. So 1 single crochet, then increase. Repeat this sequence for a total of 6 times. Round 4 also gonna follow a sequence. The sequence is 2 single crochet, then increase. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. That's an increase. 1 single crochet, 1 single crochet, then increase. Repeat this sequence for 5 more times. For round 5, the sequence is 3 single crochet, then increase for a total of 6 times. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. That's a third single crochet. That's an increase. Repeat the sequence until the end of this round. For round 6, again, follow a new sequence. This time is 4 single crochet, then increase. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. That's the third single crochet. The fourth single crochet. There's an increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, increase. Repeat until the end of the round. For round 7 is very straightforward. All we're going to do is single crochet around, which means we're going to make 1 single crochet in each stitch all around. So that's 1, and in the next stitch also just make 1 single crochet. Let's keep it simple. For round 8, we have a new sequence, which is 5 single crochet followed by an increase, and we're going to repeat that 6 times. That's 1 single crochet. That's 2 single crochet. That's 3 single crochet. That's the 4th one, the 5th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's make an increase. Repeat this until the end of the round. This is the end of round 8. Once you're done, finish it off with a long tail. Next, we are going to make a new loop with color 744 in order to make a bottom basket piece. Chain 2 times and make 6 single crochet into the first chain. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we are done with round 1. For round 2, let's make increases 6 times. So each stitch we're going to make 2 single crochet on an increase. 1, 2. That's 1 increase. Just repeat that 5 more times. For our third round, we're going to follow a sequence. The sequence is 1 single crochet, then an increase. This is 1 single crochet, there we have an increase. So 1 single crochet, then increase. Repeat this sequence for a total of 6 times. Once you are done with round 3, finish off with a long tail. We are going to sew the smaller piece under the big piece. So insert the tail of the smaller piece into the needle. And just try to center the smaller piece under the bigger piece. And just sew them together. If you need help with sewing techniques, I do have videos in my Amigurumi 101 playlist that you can watch to learn more about different ways to sew the pieces together. Here's how the whole basket should look like once both pieces are sewn. And next we're going to clean up the edge of the bigger basket. So insert the tail into the needle, and to clean it up we're going to insert the needle in one stitch away from where we finish off and pull through, and insert your needle into the middle of the last stitch where we have finished off, and then pull tight. What I like to do to secure the tail is to, grab a little bit of the piece and then pull through, and then pull tight. You could kind of reshape the edge a little bit just to make it look smoother. Here we go. So we're just gonna do another grabbing the piece to further move the tails along to the middle. And we'll leave it at that for now. For the turnip, you're going to use the green color or the color number 701. First, start by making a new loop. And then let's chain 2 times. Now we are going to make 2 half double crochet into the first chain. For half double crochet, yarn over hook, and then put your hook through the first chain. Now yarn over hook again, and then pull through. Notice how you now have 3 loops. You're going to yarn over hook and pull through all 3 loops. We just made 1 half double crochet. Repeat one more time, yarn over hook, insert the hook into the stitch, yarn over hook again and pull through, yarn over hook again and pull through all 3 loops. Now we made the second half double crochet. We just need to make a slip stitch. So insert your hook, yarn over hook, pull through. Notice how there are 2 loops. Pull through again. So here we now got the first petal. We just need to repeat 3 more times. So chain 2 times, and let's make half double crochet in the first chain. That's one half double crochet. Make another one. And lastly, make a slip stitch. Now we got 2 petals. Just need to make 2 more. So once you're done with the 4 petals, let's finish off with a long tail. Now make 2 more. Next, we're going to make sure that the gap is fully closed. Start by inserting the tail into a needle. And you're simply going to insert your needle into the adjacent hole. And just make sure that the gap is fully closed. For the turnip body, let's make a new loop with white thread. Now chain 2 times. Then you're going to make 6 single crochet into the first chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the end of the first round. For the second round, we are going to increase 6 times. So in the first stitch, let's make 2 single crochet. That's 1, oopsie, that's 2. So those 2 single crochet makes up an increase. Now onto the second stitch. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. Now on the third stitch, 1, 2. Now on the fourth stitch, 1, 2. On the fifth stitch, 1, 2. And now on the sixth stitch, 1, 2. So now is a good time to attach the leaves on the turnip. You're going to insert both of the tails into a needle. And then just grab the white piece that you have started, just like that. Insert the needle downward and then pull it through. And then you can tie a knot under it to secure it. For making a leaf details, we are going to use a long piece of the light green color thread or the color number 16 to sew the details. Insert that thread into a needle. So we simply are going to create a leaf line for each one of the leaves here. Since we have 4 leaves, we are going to create 4 leaf lines. I like to insert the needle right in the middle. And then you're going to insert the needle again at where each one of the leaves is at, and then pull through. You see how you can see a tiny line? That's what we want. And then just repeat a couple more times once each of the leaves got the line. So now that we are done, let's tie the knot in the back to secure the tail. Now let's continue round 3. For round 3, you're going to follow a specific sequence by making 3 single crochet followed by increase. 1, 2, 3. Now make an increase. 1, 2. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet. Third single crochet, and then make 2 single crochet to form an increase. So 1, 2. Repeat the sequence one more time. 1, 2, 3, and then an increase. 1, 2. Insert the stitch marker at the end of the round. You should have a total of 15 stitches at the end of round 3. For round 4, you're just going to make 1 single crochet in each of the stitch. And for round 5, we are going to follow another pattern by making 3 single crochet followed by a decrease. One, 2, 3. To make a decrease, insert your hook into the next stitch, yarn over hook and pull through. Insert the hook into the next stitch, yarn over hook and then pull through. Notice how you have 3 loops. You're going to yarn over hook and pull through all 3 loops. It's the same thing as making 1 single crochet to crochet the 2 stitches together. And let's go back to repeating that sequence. So that's the second single crochet, the third single crochet, and then make a decrease again. Alright. 1 single crochet, the second single crochet, the third single crochet, and then make a decrease. So insert your hook, yarn over hook, pull through, hook into the next stitch, yarn over hook, pull through, and then yarn over hook and pull through all loops. At the end of round 5, insert your stitch marker to mark the end of the round. For round 6, we are going to follow a sequence again. This time make 2 single crochet, then decrease. 1, 2, and then make a decrease. Repeat this 2 more times. Now let's add some stuffing. Because the piece is so small, it might be a little bit difficult to add some stuffing. I personally like to use a tweezer. You can roll the stuffing into a tiny ball and use a clean tweezer to help insert that in. For round 7, we are going to decrease 4 times. That's 1 decrease. That's the second one. That's the third one. That's the fourth one. And as for the last stitch, we are going to skip it. Now finish it off with a long tail. And lastly, we are going to sew the hole close. Insert that tail into the needle and start to sew the gap close. For making the headscarf, we are going to use white yarn. Let's make a new loop. Let's chain 43 times. So once you have 43 chains, start making single crochet on each of the chain. So you will have to skip the chain next to your hook and start on the chain second from the hook on this one. Once you make single crochet until the end of the chain, there should only be 42 single crochet. So just keep going until you reach the end of this row. So here is what this first row should look like. At the end of the row, you need to make one more chain and then turn your work to the other side. For the second row, just make 42 single crochet, so 1 single crochet in each stitch. Keep going until you reach the end. Once you finish with your second row, finish off. Now, make a new loop with white thread. We are going to insert the hook into the previous piece that you made, but we need to skip the first 5 stitches. So on the 1, 2, 3, wait, 4, 5, yeah, 6. So on the 6th stitch, insert your hook, and from there make 32 single crochet, so this is 1 single crochet, just keep going until you make a total of 32 single crochet. So now I'm at the end of the other side and we have made 32 single crochet. You just need to chain 1 and turn your work around again. For round 4, we are starting by making 1 decrease. After that, you're going to make 28 single crochet. So now that we made 28 single crochet, let's make 1 more decrease at the end. then chain 1 and then turn your work around. For round 5, make 1 decrease. Now let's make 26 single crochet. Now that you have 26 single crochet, make 1 more decrease at the end. Now finish off. Next, make a new loop with white thread. Now we're going to start round 6 by skipping the first 7 stitches. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and on the 8th stitch, insert your hook. Now make 14 single crochet. At the end of row 6, chain 1 and turn your work around. In round 7, make 1 decrease. Next, make 10 single crochet. Now make 1 decrease. Chain 1 and turn your work to the other side. On row 8, make 2 decreases. That's 1 decrease. That's 2 decreases, and then make 4 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now make 2 more 2 decreases. 1, now that's the second decrease. Let's finish off here. We are now very close to finishing the headscarf. You're going to make a new loop with white thread one more time. And on your piece, we are going to single crochet along the top side. First, insert your hook at the bottom right corner and start making single crochet. Now we're going to keep going in the counterclockwise direction if you are right-handed. For the left-handed tutorial, you might see me going in the opposite direction. All we're going to do here is a single crochet along the top side of the edges. And once we are reaching this corner where there is kind of like a stair step, you're going to use half double crochet instead of a single crochet, just to make sure that the shape looks smoother. So here I'm making a half double crochet, and then I'm gonna make a single crochet on that staircase shape sort of, and just keep going with the single crochet. We are almost done. Okay, so now that the top side is all crocheted, you can see how smooth it is. We can finish off here. Just finish it off with a very long tail. Then let's trim off some excess tails. I'm only keeping the tails on both ends, which will be used later for sewing. For the arms, we are going to use dark brown and light brown color, as well as the purple color. Let's start with the dark brown. Make a new loop. For the first round, it's gonna be the same thing where you have to make 2 chains and then make 6 single crochet into the first chain. For the second round, all we're going to do is make 1 single crochet in each stitch until we reach the end of the round. Now that we finished round 2, we need to change color to light brown. You're going to undo your last single crochet from the previous round, alright? And then insert your hook into that last stitch of round 2, yarn over hook, pull through, and leave the 2 loops just like that. Don't complete the single crochet entirely. We're going to complete it with the light brown color when we change the color. So hold that light brown over and then pull through the 2 loops. When we do that, we actually complete the single crochet using another color. Now you're going to slowly transition to the light brown color. Just hold on to the tails, the short end of the light brown and the old tails of dark brown. For round 3 and 4, all you're going to do is single crochet around. So as you're making a single crochet, make sure to put the tails over your hook as you make your single crochet. This will help secure the tails when you make color changing. So here I just made 1 single crochet. Now that we have secured the tail, you can kind of push them aside or trim it off. Either way is fine. So I'm just gonna keep making more single crochet until I reach the end of the round. So here's what it should look like at the end of round 4. I'm going to trim the excess tail because it's blocking my way. And you can also use a tweezer to hide the extra tails inside the arm. Next, we're going to change to purple color, and the color changing process is the same. We need to undo the last single crochet and make sure that there's only 2 loops. Now with the purple color, put the thread over your hook and pull through to complete that last single crochet. Again, let's hold on to the short end of the purple color and then the long end of the old color. Just continue to make single crochet in the next stitch, and while you're doing that, make sure to wrap around the tail to secure it. For round 5, just make single crochet until the end of the round. Now we are done making the arm. Let's finish off with a long tail. And let's hide the excess tails inside the arm. Here we go. Make one more arm. Now let's make the tail using light brown color. You're going to start off by making a new loop. Then chain 2 times. And then make 6 single crochet into the first chain. On the second round, all you're going to do is single crochet around by making 1 single crochet in each of the stitch until the end of the round. Now let's finish off with a long tail. For making a sash belt, we are going to use red color or the color number 3801. Start by making a new loop. Then chain 20 times. Finish off with a long tail. Also use red color to make a bow. Start off by making a new loop. Now chain 2 times. Then make an increase and a slip stitch in the first chain. That's 1 single crochet. That's the second single crochet, which is equivalent to increase, and then make a slip stitch. Repeat that one more time by chaining 2 times, and then making the increase and one slip stitch in the first chain. 1, 2, that's an increase, and just need to make one slip stitch. Now finish off with a long tail. For the apron, we are using blue color or the color number 798. Start by making a new loop. Let's chain 7 times. Then make 6 single crochet. Chain 1 and turn. For round 2, make 6 single crochet. Then chain 1 time and turn your work to the other side. For round 3, all we need to do is make 6 single crochet. Now let's finish off with a long tail. Next, cut out a long piece of white thread. Once you are done, we need to split the 6-strand embroidery thread into 2 parts. One part will have 2 strands and the other will have 4 strands. We only need to keep the 2-strand thread. Insert the thread into the needle. Now we're going to start sewing hash shape on the apron for the detail. We have to make a total of 4 hat shapes. To make a skirt, we are using purple color. Start by making a new loop. Chain 21 times. Then make 20 single crochet. Let's set aside this piece right here. Do not finish it off yet. We'll come back to it. For making the leg, we are starting off by using the dark brown color. Let's make a new loop. Then you're going to follow a similar pattern, chain 2, and make 6 single crochet into the first chain. For round 2, all you're going to do is single crochet around. Now change to light brown color using the same color changing method that we use for the arm. For this round, we are going to make 2 single crochet followed by an increase. One, two, now for the increase, 1, 2. So 2 single crochet, then increase, and then repeat that sequence one more time. Now let's trim and hide the excess tails. For round 4, all you're going to do is single crochet around. For round 5, we are going to follow a pattern. It's gonna be 3 single crochet, then increase. 1, 2, 3, then increase. 1, 2. Then repeat the sequence one more time. At the end of round 5, you will need to only finish off if it's the first leg. So here is my first leg. When working on the second leg, make sure to not finish off. We are going to join both legs by continuing from the second leg. Now chain 1 on the second leg. And then on the first leg, you're going to want to push the hook onto any stitch. Is fine on the first leg. And then on the thread, you're going to want to yarn over hook and pull through, and then from there just complete a single crochet. This is how you join. I just made 1 single crochet. We are going to continue on the first leg by making single crochet around until we make a total of 9 single crochet. So that's the second one. That's the third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. I'm gonna redo that. 6. And while I crochet, notice how I kind of wrap around the tail and put it over my hook to kind of secure the tail. 7th. 8th. 9. This is the last stitch on this first leg. We're going to skip that very last stitch. The next part is we are going to make one single crochet in between the legs or the chain that we have made earlier. You're basically going to have to try to insert your hook into that chain. It's a little bit difficult, I have to admit. So in order to make it a little bit easier, because the piece is so small, I'm going to use the needle to help make that loop a little bit bigger. So hopefully my hook can go through. You can see how much I struggle through this. Alright, so now that my hook is able to push through, all we need to do is make one single crochet. So next we are going to move on to the second leg. You are going to skip that stitch right there and move on to the next one. So just skip one stitch, and then on the next one we are gonna continue making single crochet. You're going to make 9 single crochet on the second leg. So I already made one, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so here's the end of this round. Let's insert in the stitch marker at the last stitch here. So basically the two legs are now joined. Before we move on, I'm going to trim some excess tail just to make sure it's not in my way. For round 7, we are going to make 1 half double crochet followed by 9 single crochet. So for half double crochet, yarn over hook and insert your hook into the next stitch. Yarn over hook again, pull through, and then yarn over hook and pull through all 3 loops. And then make 9 single crochet. One, 2, 3, 4, oops, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now we're just going to repeat the same sequence one more time. So 1 half double crochet, done, and then 9 single crochet. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we're at the end of the round. Let's finish off. Now the next part we're going to do is joining the skirt to the legs that we have made. So here's the piece of skirt that we have started on. It just looked like one row basically. And then make sure to look for the tail in the remaining thread. You don't want to use the one, the tail that you have passed on the skirt. Okay, so once you found a new tail, let's make a new loop. And then we're basically going to use this loop to help us join. Okay, so starting with your skirt piece, make sure the loop where we have paused our work is facing downward. And now you're going to insert the hook into the rightmost stitch. Yep, that right corner of the skirt piece. And now grab the legs that you have made. We are going to insert our hook into the back side of the body. So use your judgment to see, which side you want to be the front. The front should look better. Back side might be a little bit more crooked. So here, just push the hook into the back side of the body. And now, in order to join all of them, I'm going to grab onto the purple thread because we're going to use that to crochet. So for round 8, all we're going to do is joining the skirt to the body by making single crochet around. So yarn over hook, pull through. You see the 2 loops? Yarn over hook and pull through both loops to make a single crochet. So we just made 1 single crochet to join both pieces together. Now we just need to keep making single crochet. So let's insert the hook into the next stitch of the skirt, right? And then you're also going to insert the hook into the next stitch of the legs. We're just gonna keep repeating that. Now make a single crochet. That's the second single crochet. In this round you should have a total of 20 single crochet. So I'll just keep repeating that and continue to crochet these two pieces together until I reach the end of this round. So here we are at the end of round 8. Let's insert a stitch marker to mark the end of the round. For round 9 of the body, we are going to repeat a sequence. The sequence is 3 single crochet followed by a decrease. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's a decrease. So 3 single crochet and a decrease. Repeat that until the end of the round. For round 10 is similar sequence, but instead of 3 we are making 2 single crochet and then decrease. That's 1, that's 2, that's a decrease. Repeat until the end of the round. For round 11, same sequence. Make 2 single crochet, then decrease. Repeat the sequence for a total of 3 times. Once you are done with round 11, finish off. Now that we are done making the body, we are going to continue the skirt piece that we have left off. Remember the loop that we have paused on? Now you're going to grab your hook insert it into that loop and then reduce the loop size. So we only did round 1 of the skirt. We are going to continue round 2 of the skirt. For round 2, all we're going to do is single crochet around. There's a little bit of a gap, but that's okay. Just insert your hook into the next stitch and keep going. Once you're done, finish off with a long tail. Sometimes I like to kind of shape the end piece a little bit more if I think it's a little bit crooked. The next step is to clean up the tails. And also closing the gap, a tiny gap between the skirt. Once you're done, let's add some stuffing. Again, you can use a clean tweezer to help you do that. Because the piece is so small, it's gonna be hard to add stuffing using your fingers. The next thing we are going to do is to attach this apron onto the dress. We simply are going to sew on the apron to the skirt. Before sewing any parts or pieces together, I always like to use a pin to hold down the pieces so that they don't move as I try to sew them together. Make sure to get yourself some pins. This will be very worth it. In the past, when I tried to sew in the past, I was not using pins, and it turns out I have to undo a lot of the parts I already sewn because it got kind of like, shifted a little bit. So just make sure that you pin stuff in place beforehand. For the next part, let's cut out a long piece of light brown embroidery thread. We are going to embroider on the dress to kind of show a neckline. So we'll just create a little bit of embroidery detail over there to resemble a neck. Let's attach the sash belt we have made previously. You're just gonna need to make sure it wraps all around to the back side of the body and kind of sew them in place. Again, you can just insert the tail into the needle and use that to help you sew the belt in place. And last but not least, we need to attach the bow onto the sash belt. Basically, we're going to sew that on. Next, let's attach the arm by sewing the arm onto both sides of the body. Alright, we also need to sew on the tail to the butt, or on the back side of the skirt. So here's my keychain strap. There is a separate tutorial for this that will walk you through how to make the strap in detail. The next thing we need to do first is sew the turnips onto the basket. You could either sew it on or use a super glue that also works as well. And with the keychain strap we have made previously, you're going to want to insert the tail of the keychain strap into the needle, just one at a time. Because the strap is made with metallic thread, it's a little bit hard to insert both into the needle at the same time. Then let's insert the needle through the middle of the basket. Now let's do the same for the other tail. Once you have both tails in the middle of the basket, let's kind of pull it tight as you can. And then let's insert the tail into the needle one more time, because we need to make sure we secure the tail to the basket so that the keychain strap will not come out loose. Yeah, I'm simply going to keep sewing it to the bottom of the basket. And once you do that for both tails, let's tie it into a knot for extra security. Now let's attach the basket onto the headscarf. We're going to fold this headscarf in half so that it helps me to see how to align the basket in the center of the headscarf. And simply sew them together and make sure that they are secure. For the head, we are going to use light brown color. You're going to start off by making a new loop. Then chain 2 times. And then let's make 6 single crochet into the first chain. For round 2, you are going to increase for a total of 6 times. Increase just mean 2 single crochet in the same stitch. That's 1 single crochet, that's second single crochet. So those 2 single crochet makes up an increase. So I just need to repeat this 5 more times. For round 3, we are following a sequence. The sequence is 1 single crochet, then increase. That's 1 single crochet, 1, 2, that's an increase. Repeat this 5 more times. For round 4, the sequence is 2 single crochet, then increase. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's an increase. So 1, 2, and then increase. Repeat that 5 more times. For round 5, the sequence is 3 single crochet, then increase. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That's an increase. So we made 3 single crochet, then increase. Repeat that for 5 more times. For round 6, we are going to make 4 single crochet, then increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. That's an increase. Repeat this for 5 more times. For round 7 and 8, all you're going to do is single crochet around. So in every stitch, make 1 single crochet for a total of 2 rounds. For round 9, the sequence is 5 single crochet, then increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. That's an increase. Repeat this for 5 more times. For the next 4 rounds, you just need to single crochet around. For round 14, the sequence is 5 single crochet, then decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a decrease. So 5 single crochet, then decrease. Repeat that for 5 more times. For round 15, just single crochet around. For round 16, make 4 single crochet, then decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a decrease. 4 single crochet, then decrease, and then repeat that for 5 more times. For round 17, the sequence is 3 single crochet, then decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a decrease. Then repeat 5 more times. For round 18, you're going to decrease until the end of the round for a total of 12 times. Now let's add stuffing using a clean tweezer. I typically like to put a lot of stuffing in and make sure that it pretty much holds its shape. Next, we are going to make hair bangs by doing some embroidery. You're going to first insert the pin 7 stitches away from the center in order to mark that location. And then let's cut out some of the brown colored thread. Just cut out a long piece so that we can use that to sew. I typically like to start from the middle and from there you're going to put the bang over to the forehead at the spot that we have marked previously and kind of wrapping around the thread over to look kind of like a hairband. We're going to keep doing this multiple times until the bang is thick enough. For the eyes, we are going to use the dark brown color yarn. The eyes will be 2 stitches below where the bang is at. The eye will also be 2 stitches tall. The easiest way to count how far the eye's location is or the bang location is you can count the hole itself. The distance between the 2 holes will kind of give you an idea of how far apart things are. And make sure that both eyes are 7 stitches apart. Once you're done sewing the eye, we're going to attach the nose in the middle between both eyes. Make sure to use the pin to kind of secure the location of the nose before you sew. And once that is done, we're going to pin the cheek right next to the eye. Notice how the most top part of the cheek is right in the middle of the eye, and the cheek is placed about 1 stitch away from the eye. Now let's start sewing the front hair pieces. Two of the pieces will go right on top of the chic blushes. The last front hair piece will go on top of the head. Next, we will sew the back hair pieces. So first, start off with the 2 triangle piece and pin it down. Once you're done, let's grab the 3 triangle piece and put it right under the 2 triangle piece and sew that to the back of the head. Next, it's time to sew the ears on top of the head. The ear should be leaning a little bit toward the front because we're going to wrap the headscarf later around the middle area. So try as much as you can put the ear toward the front of the head. And as I mentioned before, every time you sew any parts or pieces, make sure to always pin. We cannot stress that enough prior to sewing. Now let's continue crocheting the head. For round 19, we are going to decrease for a total of 6 times. Once you're done, let's finish off with a long tail. Next, let's wrap around the head scarf. And make sure you use a lot of pins to help secure that while you sew the headscarf onto the head. Next, we are going to attach the rope. This is probably the hardest part of all, but I'm going to try to explain it in the easiest way possible. First, you're going to have to put 2 pins to mark the location on the basket. Both pins should be 6 stitches apart. And by using a red thread, I'm going to start by inserting my needle onto the right stitch where I have the pin mark on the right. And notice how I'm starting on the left side of the face first. This is very important. You will just going to insert the needle upward, pull through, and then insert the needle at the same stitch again and pull through. So now the stitch is wrapped over once. Repeat that one more time to wrap the stitch over twice. And then just pull tight, just to make sure it's secure. Now I'm going to trim the string with a scissor, but don't trim it too close to where the stitch is at. Leave a little bit of length. Now let's insert the tail, the other end of the tail, into the needle. And you're going to flip the piece upside down. This time we are going to insert the string through the middle, which is where I'm pointing at, and then insert the needle through the headscarf. Next, we're going to keep going with the string. We're going to insert the needle on the lower right side of the headscarf and pull through. Let's keep going by keeping the string aligned on the right side of the headscarf. Now once we reach the other side of the face, we're going to insert the needle in the middle again and pull through. So now we are on the right side of the face. We also need to mark the location of the stitches on the basket, just like when we were on the other side. Make sure that these two pins are 6 stitches apart. Now let's continue with the rope. Insert the needle onto the stitch on the left side of the pin. Oh, I mean onto the stitch with the left pin. And then pull through. And then we're just going to wrap over the stitch 2 times to make sure it's secure. And when you are doing this, make sure all the ropes are tight. Make sure that there are no loose rope because it's gonna be hard to fix later on. Let's trim the string. Alright, so now we are halfway done with the rope. Now you're going to need to cut out another piece of long red string, and this time we're gonna start on the right side of the face, on the right pin. Same thing, you're going to wrap around the rope twice on that stitch. Then trim the string. Then let's insert the other end of the string into the needle. Flip your piece upside down. And then insert the needle into the middle as before, but this time going downward. And then pull through. And then we're going to secure this a little bit more. So you're going to insert the needle into the middle again, but this time going rightward. And then pull through. This will make it look like a knot. Now we are going to do the same thing we did before by keeping the rope along the right side of the headscarf. Once you reach the left side of face again, we're going to insert the needle downward at the middle location. And then pull through. And to secure this, insert the needle into the middle again, going leftward direction, and then pull through. And then the very last step, let's insert the needle at the stitch where the left pin is at and wrap the rope around twice. Now trim the string. We are so close to finishing this. Let's sew the head to the body using the light brown tail that we have left over from the head. this is the very last piece that you're going to add on. This is a headscarf piece. So using the white yarn, make a new loop and then chain 3 times. Then you're going to make 1 single crochet in the stitch next to hook, and on the next stitch you're going to make 1/2 double crochet and a slip stitch. So I'm making a 1/2 double crochet right now. To make a slip stitch on that same stitch, insert your hook, yarn over hook, pull through, and insert the first loop into the second loop. And then repeat this process one more time so that you have another piece. Again, chain 3 times and then make 1 single crochet. Then in the next stitch, make 1/2 double crochet and a slip stitch. Once you are done, you can finish it off. Now let's attach this headscarf piece. It's going to go right under the shin, kind of near the neck. This piece is supposed to resemble kind of like how you tie your headscarf and it looked like a bow. every time you're done sewing, just hide the rest of the tail inside the plush itself. If you watched to the end, thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.